Alright, I am back from lunch. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. So now let's come into here and let's try and get some at least a little bit. Well, there's something I want to try first. Hold on. So let's minimize this a minute. I want to go into. Let's go into any of my other maps. It doesn't matter which one. Let's go into. Homestead. We can go into Homestead. It should open up a little bit quicker. I'm going to grab my water plane from the water fields. Actually, I'm going to just grab a complete water field. So we're going to need one anyway. So I'm just going to grab water field 1, and then I'm going to import it in. I'm going to take just the water plane because it's nice and rectangular. I don't have to mess with it. We're going to get some vegetation in here. Make it look like it's a little bit swampy, get some weeds. So let me go to Global Company, Waterfield 1, File, Export, Ritchie Valley, the new map, Water Field 01. Alright, so now I can close this map. I'm going to leave it open in case I need some textures. So let's go to New Buildings. I'm going to open up Waterfield 01. So all the textures are actually fine. It brought them over the way I wanted to. But I want to delete the user attribute for now. We'll put it back later. I just want to make sure it's going to open without crashing before I import it in the map, and it is. So let's bring in, close that. So now I come over here. I'm going to import it in, but I'm just going to steal the water plane and probably delete it right back out. File, import, Waterfield 1. I was going to stick it like right here for now. I want to create, let me go to my places and see if I need a new, yeah we do, so let's create a transform group. I'm going to call it Open Mine. Open mining, it'll work. I'm going to steal just this water plane, and I want to go edit, cut, and paste. And I'm going to delete this water field back out for now until we're ready for it. So let's grab this guy. And now I can get him. Now we can get him in here and get him how I want it. Oh, it's going to be one of those. Let's go. Let's go 0.1. And is that going to get me? Let me just bring it up. And I'll get it sized to the opening. Even if it's a little bit bigger, that's fine. I can work with that. And let's go 0.05, nope, 3. I can work with this. So it's not going to be any bigger than I need. Nah, no, I can work with this. Alright, so let's get this down. Back just under the ground. So I want it like just under the ground. So I may have to play with the height a little bit until I get it exactly where I want it. So you're right there at 150. Let's go to 150. It's just above the ground. So let's go to 149.5, and then we can adjust it from there. So I want a little bit of a pond over here. So my ground level in the bottom of the mine is 150. So I'm going to go. So let's go like 149.6. I want to take it down just a little bit. All right, now let's go to 149.2 and see if that gets us. Yeah, and then I can adjust the water plane. So now let's go. Let's give me a little bit of a hole to get started. Except no, I don't want this that deep. We're at 150. I want to go 149.5. I don't want it real deep. Let me take this back to 150 a minute. Let me get this level. I want this. I don't want it real deep. I want to be able to drive through it. So let's go to 149.5. Let's take the water field to 149.8. Then we can put, I guess I don't want it deep. Then we can put mud in it. I won't have to worry about it. I don't want it real deep. Actually, the water can go just a little bit taller. So you're at, well, let's go to 149.85. That'll work. Because I want to make it look like, so let's get a little bit of a pond going on over this way in this corner, just to take up some of this space. And again, we'll throw some mud in here and make it look good in a minute, but let's just get something in here. Now I'm going to take my strength way down for a second. I want to do just a small, quick smooth on the edges. I want us to look more like a mud puddle than anything. See, now I could take my, let's go to our pig mud. Now let's take, and again, I want it to look like a mud puddle. So let's go there first. Yeah. And now I want to come over here. I want to come over here where the head is. And we're going to do the same thing. I want to create a little puddle there. And I also want to make it look like, let's go a little bit bigger. Yeah, and then we're going to make it look like the mud is running out and coming over this way. Oh, I got to turn the strength back up a little bit. So I can fix this. Right, now let's go back up. All right, that'll work. So let's get just a little bit of water coming out. And then we'll change this to a little bit of mud. Now it should be shallow enough where it should not affect the vehicles, but we're going to do one more. And I'm going to see if the mining truck has an issue with it before we get them all done. So let's get a little bit of a puddle here, and we'll throw a little bit of mud in there. That'll work. And then let's get it running out. Something like that. And then over this way. We'll get a bit of mud. And let me go back down on the strength a minute. So I want to give this a little bit of a smooth, so it's easier to drive over. Something like that. Now, do I want to go mud? I do. Let's go mud all the way out. And then let's take the coal and let's go mud all the way out. I don't like the mud on the coal. I want to leave this one coal. Let's back that out. Doesn't look as good. Let's get it running back this way, and we'll see how the mining truck likes it or doesn't like it. So let's go, bring my strength back up. So let's go here. Let's take this guy back. And again, I don't want this straight, so let's just take it back to there for now. And of course, go a lot slower. Hoping it's not deep enough where it won't affect the truck. It's maybe too wide. It is now too wide. Let's back that out. And we'll start over. Don't want it real wide. I just want like a trickle of water running out. Oh, sorry about that. I'll try to get my mic muted. Alright, so let's come over here again. Let's go a little bit bigger. Let's go this way. If I go a little bit slower, I won't have to make a second pass. Let me just take this all the way to the end, and then we'll may go in game and hate it and have to like completely rip it out. That's why there's an undo button. Screw it. I'm tired of messing with this. Alright, let's get it something like that for now. Yeah, now let's get this one. A little bit. There we go. Now let's come over here. Let's get a puddle of water under this one. And some mud. And then bring this one out. Hope it works with the mining truck. I thought for a second there my stream was frozen on my phone, but I think I'm good. Alright, let's just get them all in and we'll see how what the mining truck does. Got to make some challenges. Can't make it too easy. Let's come back here. And then same thing, let's get a puddle of water under the head. And then let's bring it out. Oh, Jesus. I swear I'm throwing this mouse out the damn window. Get some mud in here. Now, I've got two more. So same thing here. Just get a little bit of a puddle going on. And then we'll get something like that. Get same thing here. A little bit of mud. And then let's get this guy coming out. And just throw the mud in and we'll finish the puddle. And then we can run you down that way. And hope it doesn't mess with our big mining truck. Yeah. I think the mining truck is big enough where it'll split this with the wheels, but before I spend any more time on it, Let's do a quick save. Let's drive the truck through here before we go any further, in case I have to undo this. Yeah, unfortunately, the more we build, the longer and longer it's going to take to save. Alright, I'm going to check something really quick with Streamlabs. Alright, it looks like I am on by myself, talking to myself, but that's alright. Alright, so let's just, again, ignore the map. Let's just teleport our butts over here. I want to grab store delivery mod. Just want to lease one of these big boys. Make sure he has no problems. Driving through and around. Oh yeah, he's going to be fine. The other trucks may not be fine. Now the diesel truck's the one I'm worried about. I may have to flatten this out a little bit more. Yeah, this guy's not going to have a problem. Let's see if my other truck will have a problem. Let's grab one of these and a tanker. And we'll see how, yeah, this guy's not going to do well. I'm going to have to go in, and that's fine, I can go in and smooth this out and still get the look I want. This guy's going to have a hard time. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I'm going to smooth it out a little bit, but this is pretty much how I wanted it to look. But we are going to go and smooth this out a little bit and still get the look I want. Alright, let's get out of here. Again, ignore that map. That's the other map, the islands base. I used the island base to build this. Alright, so let's come over here and let me grab, just go down a little bit on the strength. And now we're just going to smooth this out to make it easier to drive on. And I still won't lose my puddle effect. Again, I don't have to go all the way back because you won't be driving in there. getting there. Alright, so that should be good there. So now let's get, without messing up the coal, this is going to be a little bit tricky. I want to bring no, I'm going to leave it dirt, but we're going to, actually no, we're going to go a little bit of mud. So let's stay on the mud. Let's bring, now it's going to mess up my coal. Maybe not. Let's bring a little bit of mud in along the edge. And hope it doesn't go over onto the coal. Oh, we should be right. Let's bring some down on this side. And I can get it out a little bit further. To where the poles are. Bring the mud down, get rid of this little bit of coal on the end, that's fine. Bring some mud over. Yeah, that'll work. Let's bring the mud over. Something like that. And then let's get a little bit of mud down on this side. Can't go too close to the wall or it's going to bleed up. But I want just enough to get some weeds along here. Throw some alright, now it's looking more like I want. And we'll take it all the way around. And we'll take it back this way. get this first part done, and we'll continue down. So let's grab some deco foliage. Now one of these looks like more of a weed. No, not that one. That one looks more like a flower. One of these looks more like a weed. This one. So I want to get a row like down each side. Now we'll take it down and around. Must have chased all. I must have either chased all my viewers away this morning or bored everybody to death. They were like, I ain't watching him anymore. He's too damn boring. Oh, so you're going to do that on me, are you? So we can come out away and then come back in. I know we can bring some in around like that. And then we can bring our weeds along there. Let's bring some weeds along here. And then I'm going to just cover this corner a little bit with weeds. We'll see how it looks in game. So now let's bring these guys back. Something like that. And I'm going to come along the wall somewhere in there. And then let's get some mud through here. And then we'll get some weeds growing around some of these buildings. And I want to get a couple of dead trees in here as well. let's get the greenery in first. So back to mud. And we'll get a little bit through here. Get some mud through here. That. Again, let me do another quick save. Alright, so let's continue with the dark side first, and then we'll come along the flat edge later. Like I said, it's harder to get this edge over here because it's hard to seal it sometimes. Let's get some mud through here first. And then we'll grab some weeds. And then grab some mud through here. And then let's get some weeds through here. And get this the dark side here first. And then we'll grab something like that. Grab some mud through here. And again, let's play with mud and weeds for a couple minutes. Oop, I don't want any, back that off. I don't want any in front of the garage door. So there we go. I could bring some along here. Let's get mud. Some weeds growing there. And let's just get a little bit more like so. And then over here, same thing. Get some mud going. And then yeah. Then back to mud. And then back to weeds. And then we'll get a little bit around here. And then we'll get a little bit around here. And then we'll come back here. And same thing. Get some mud back in through here. Now I'm going to fill this in with a lot of weeds back in here. Wrong one. We back that out. Let's go to weeds. There we go. Now we can get some under here. That'll work. Now, ooh, I got a floating light because I forgot I changed this building and didn't move the lights. So we'll go in and fix that here in a minute. Alright, so you have to just come straight in here. And you, oh, alright, let's take this one, since you're on that side, let's bring this one down this way. And let's fix this floating light. Come out this way. There we go. Alright, so now we need more mud. Some around the pole. And then we'll get weeds. Some mud. Some weeds. Alright, I'm not too concerned with the backside of this building. It's pretty tight. So let's get some, oh, back that out. Let's get some mud in here. Alright. Now let's get a little bit around here. Now we can finish this corner up. Just make this a muddy corner. And then we'll get some big old thing of weeds back in here. And then we'll come around. Bring our mud over. Now we can work our way back out. And that breaks up the color a little bit. We are getting there. I've got a, yeah, I'm almost positive we're not going to get to the crushers today, but that's alright. I want to completely decorate this before we move on so I can call it completely done and get it off the list. We are getting closer to the weekend. Anyway, so again, I'm hoping I don't have to leave the house tomorrow, so I'm hoping I can stream again. As long as the Wi-Fi holds out. I can get another all-day stream in tomorrow. Or at least a few hours in tomorrow. Chat is really quiet this afternoon. Everybody must be busy. We are going to get some dead trees in here as well. I don't want a lot of green. I just want to get some of these weeds and some dead trees and stuff in. Just to break up the color a little bit. Alright, so that gets us a little bit of color down here. Let's do another save. I'll get this to save, and I'm going to start working on. I want to get the fence around the outside perimeter of the open mine. And then after the fence is in, I want to get some dead trees down, just a few here and there, down in here, maybe a couple bushes. but I don't want too much. So now let's come on here. Let me go to, let me close some of this stuff that I don't need open. You I'm not going to need, oh, actually I do need you open for a minute. I'm going to need nickel mine I can close. Alright, let's go to the BGA. Now there should be a fence here. There is. I want to grab an end. So I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to go open mine. I'm going to go edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. I'm going to throw it right here for now so I know where it is. I'm going to come up here. I want to grab, are you a 12-foot section? You are. So let's grab this guy, duplicate him, and let's go edit, cut, and paste. And alright, so this will get us the start of our fence. Now, let's come down to the end to where my widest point is and then work our way back. Just so I know how far out I need to be. So right about here is the, and then we'll come straight up. And we can put some, I want to cover that in with like weeds and stuff. But we'll get the fence in first so I know where my border is going to be. So we can start you, actually we can start you here. No, let's leave you here a minute. I want to, let's leave you here a minute so I know that's where exactly where my width is going to be. Let's grab this guy. We'll bring him out. I want him out to here. Close to the building though, about here. And like that. You got these shadows, it'll be a little bit easier. And then let's move that one up. I'll take this one, I'm going to slide it back a little bit. You will go here, but I want to turn it this way. About there, and we'll bring this one out, and they should line up. Now we can work our way around. Hang on, I'm just going to make sure this has, before I go any further and I completely mess this up, I want to make sure it has a rigid body on it. It does, but it's got a really low clip distance, so hold on, I want to fix a couple things before I continue to duplicate. So I don't have to fix every one of them. I want to get a little bit better of a clip distance on them. without having to fix every single one of them. So when you drive too far away, I don't want them to disappear. So I always forget to do this before I start, and then I don't realize until after the entire fence is in that I've messed up and didn't fix it. Just got a couple more to fix and we'll be good. Alright, so now we should be good. Is yours fixed? Yeah, you're fixed. Alright, now we're good. Now we can continue on. We can get our fence in place. I think I'm going to slow my speed down a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to use a lot of fencing in this map because it's just so time consuming to put in, but we will use it here and there. Oh, my sister came home and just left again. I wonder if she forgot something. See, I know she had some errands to run. I'm gonna have to get out of here in a couple. Well, not get out of here in a couple minutes. I need to take a break in a couple minutes. I got to go get the laundry out of the washer and throw it in the dryer in case somebody else needs the washer, so I don't have it tied up. open, this lines up pretty well. When we get to turn the corner, you know, probably get to make that one a little bit longer. Alright, let's duplicate this one a minute. Let's spin it this way to 0. Let's find our widest point, which I think is going to be down on the end. So I think we're going to come out one more length. But let's come down here and find our widest point. Which is going to be about here. So now we can line up our fence coming back with this one. Or do I want to straighten that edge up? So I don't want to come down and then go out and then come down and go out and come down. So we'll continue, we'll take this one, we'll continue straight out. So let's take this one out. And move that one up. And we'll come out another one. And we'll fill that in with like maybe some trees or something. And then that one, we're going to move up. So this one, yeah, it has to be no narrower than here. So let's take this one. Something like that. Alright, now I can take my speed back down. Yeah, this is not one of my favorite tasks, just putting fencing in. And I've got to put them in individually for a reason. I can't do them with transform groups because we're going to build this fence and we're going to build our way into the mine. Yeah, we can definitely fill that gap in. Or I can bring the mine out a little bit further and straighten up that edge. Which I may do. We'll see. not even past the coal mine yet. We're still at the first mine. We're going to have a lot of fencing to put in. Fencing for hours. Geez, we're now just getting to the end of the coal mine, and that's the first pit. Alright, I'm going to do a quick save and go check on the laundry. I'm going to do a quick save. I'm going to throw you all on. Be right back. Give me a second. Let me check the laundry and I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I just needed to get the laundry taken care of. Now back to miles and miles of fencing. And I clicked off of it. swear the next good donation I get is going to be a new wireless mouse. Sassy one, hello again. Don't know why, but I couldn't get notified when you were back on. Twitch went in and made a whole bunch of damn changes overnight. And I think they reset like everything. So you may have to go back in and turn notifications back on, because they were, like I said, I was locked out of my account for like, took me about a half an hour to get back into my account this morning. But it's no, what I had done was I had created, we come down here, we'll go back to the fence. I created a little pond underneath where the head is, where it's turning, so there's water dripping down. So there's some water puddles, and they all lead sort of into a little lake, or a little mud puddle. It's more of a mud puddle than anything. So we got some water coming out of all the mines, draining down into here, and I got some greenery in. I'm going to put some, we're going to put some dead trees in, but I want to get the fence in first. We'll get the fence in, we'll get the rest of the grass and stuff in. But we got miles of fence to lay, and I have to put them in one at a time because I want to do something with the mines. We're going to make you open the mines before you can use it. So this fence going around the mines will, and all the building at the entrance, all the stuff will build. So you have to build a little bit to open up the mine. But it's going to be a quick build. It'll be just like one game day or something like that. It'll be a really quick build to open up the mines. Maybe even like half a day, maybe like 12 in-game hours or something. Looks good, thank you. Yeah, it looks pretty good in game too. I drove a couple of the trucks around, so there's no issues driving over the mud puddles. Get the fence up. We'll go for another ride in game after we get all the decorations and everything done. So I can't put these in with like a whole group of them at a time. These have to go in one at a time so they can build. So unfortunately, we got a mile of fence to put in. bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. I had some taco meat for lunch and it's not sitting well. Let me grab some Tums. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't eat anything with any kind of spice anymore. About half hour, 45 minutes after I eat, it's just killing me. Yeah, this will be a really quick build. And I'm actually going to only use, I'm going to make it use just 500,000 liters of wood chips. And I'm going to actually start you off with 500,000 liters of wood chips in the silo in Central Station. Once we get Central Station built. So in order to open up the mines, you're going to have to take a truck or a tipper, go to Central Station, pick up the 500,000 liters of wood chips, drop it in the trigger, and then that will cause your mine to open up. And then you'll be able to use the mines. You only have to do that the first time. And it'll like build the mine buildings and open it up for use. I'm going to try and make everything on this map buildable to a certain extent. So we'll see how it goes. It's a lot of extra work, but it's definitely going to be worth it. We have a lot of new and exciting building materials to introduce. That'll be probably exclusive to this map until this map comes out. And then after this map is out, I'll update the other maps for the new building materials. So just bear with me while I zoom in and out and get this fence all the way around. Yeah, I'll have to go back in and check my Twitch settings as well and see if they turned off notifications. So like I said, you may just have to go back in and check it so they come back on. But I know Twitch, I think they reset their entire system and it bumped everybody out. I had to log back in. I had to get a special code to even log back in. And then I had to get a special code to get back onto Streamlabs with Twitch. But we don't want you jumping off the cliff, going into the mines. Gonna make you drive all the way around. Putting a fence in. Two more mines will be to the end of the first row. Then we're going to have to go down the side and come all the way back. She says, cool. Yeah, like I said, that is cool. We're going to try and make most of this map buildable, make it really work for this map. And they're not going to be like an easy build. It's not going to be like most of the placeables now are like 100,000 liters each of like plywood and drywall and steel and all that. This one's going to be a lot tougher. This map, I think I'm going to do either 250,000 liters each or 500,000 liters of each building material to get you to build certain things on the map. So we'll see what kind of mood I'm in when it's time to turn the factory on to make it work. Like I said, it would be easier to put these in a single transform group, like 10 links at a time, but then it doesn't build properly. So all of these fence sections have to be individual pieces. Yeah, for how quickly things went yesterday to get these mines in and running, I thought for sure I'd have had all the decorations and landscaping done in like just a couple hours, and here it's going to take all day just to finish the mines. But that's alright. The longer the map takes to build, the better it's going to be. We're not rushing through just to get something out there. Get down to the end of this mine. Before we make the corner, I'm going to do another quick save. But I appreciate everybody coming in, stopping in, taking time out of their day, saying hello. I know the view count's not that high today, but I was watching Twitch in general, a lot of the other streamers, everybody's view count is down today for some reason. Hey, we're at the last mine. getting there. Just rinse and repeat. Repetitive motion really bothers my arthritis. So putting these fence ins in, I end up at the end of the night after dinner, my hands just ache. So a lot of texture painting, a lot of grass painting, and a lot of like this detail work, putting the same piece over and over and over again, it really bothers my hands. Alright, probably one more section. We'll see how it looks when we round the corner. Alright, I'm going to let's do a quick save, and then we'll round the corner and work our way back. Just wait for this to save. Alright. So let's bring you up here, round the corner, square you up to 90. Let's bring you in and let's see if I have enough room, or if I'm going to have to bring that fence out just a little bit. So let's, you are, oh yeah, you're right on the edge. Alright, let's bring you back. Let's bring you out to about here. Now let's take this guy, we'll make him just a little bit longer to fill that gap in. Something like that. There we go. I gotta turn my speed down a little bit because I'm still going a little bit faster than I want to. That's better. Oh, I don't think we're going to be out far enough. I'll fill the land in a little bit if I have to. I want this fence going straight. So we'll fill that gap in a little bit if I have to. We'll see where we go when we get down there a little bit closer. have to, later today if I remember, I'll see if I can get an updated picture of my granddaughter on Facebook. My son sent me, yeah, I'm going to fill this in a little bit more. My son sent me some updated pictures yesterday. So that means we got to fill this in a little bit and then do a little bit more texture painting. But let's get our fence down first. Yeah, it's going to be weird because now it's going to be floating. And then what's really cool is we're going to, on Friday night, so I'll be off early on Friday, because Friday night, I don't know the time yet, but probably around dinner time, we're going to Skype. So I'll get to see Lily a little bit. We'll do Facebook video messaging or we'll Skype, one of the two. And I'm hoping I can catch my daughter in at the same time in Florida, or in Florida, in Texas, so we can all jump on at the same time. Try and get like a three-way call going. Three-way video call. So that should be fun. It's been about a month since I've seen, you know, pictures almost weekly, but it's been about a month since I've seen her like on a live video. Grandbabies are wonderful. She's my one and only so far. She just turned, I can't remember, I think 6 months. It's either 5 months or 6 months. I'm pretty sure it's 6 months. But that's my son and his wife. Now my daughter, that's in Texas. She's a career girl. I don't ever see her getting married. So I don't expect her to have any. Alright, so let's go back to square. Let's go back to replace 206. Let's take this square, yeah, and come straight in and down. Where am I? I'm really low on my strength, it feels like. Let me take this up a little bit. And then we'll come back and we'll paint, we'll push the green grass over a little bit further. But let's take this straight down to the corner. That'll fill this. This will give us a nice straight line. Fill this gap back in. Yeah, there we go. And now let's grab our, let's come back up here. So now let's grab our grass texture. And then let's push this straight back. That'll clean up this edge. Looks like I got, yep, a little bit of a divot there. So let me come back here. Let's get this, there we go, smooth it back in. All right. So now, all right, so let's go and do another quick save. Then we'll turn the corner, work our way back. But yeah, my daughter does 3D character animation. And I think the show she's working on is coming to an end. So she's been interviewing with other companies. So I know she interviewed with a company in Europe. And I know she interviewed with a company in Canada. So I don't know where she will end up. But I know, I'm almost positive the show she's working on is coming to an end. I think it might be easier to come in this direction. I might be able to see a little bit better. Alright. Sorry about that. My sinus has been killing me. I think I have my sound back on. Do I? Yeah, I have my sound back on. Yeah, I think we're going to do, we'll start off with the layer of grass, but I think we're going to go with a lot of weeds around the inside of the fence, between the fence and the pit. May take this in a notch, we'll see. I really wanted the fence to be straight. Either that or we'll take this and push the land out more towards the fence. And then just paint in some more. So the fence is going to end up being quite a ways. Let's see, what was this first layer? 200? I think. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll push this straight back and we'll paint the texture back in. So let's go to, this was Cliff Rock. So we'll just keep pushing this back as we go. So it doesn't look like the fence is a mile away from the opening. And I can go back even a little bit further if I want to. So we can actually come back here if we wanted to and straighten this whole mess up. Come back in, paint the texture. Oh, stop, turn off. Something like that. And we'll just keep pushing this back as we go. And it'll give us a cleaner edge. Make it look more like a strip mine. And then we may go back and do the same thing on the other edge. The other edge is not really straight. So we may go back and straighten that edge out as well. But I really wanted to get to the new clay pit today too, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I did want to make a couple slight changes. Well, more of an update to the animal dealer then. So I guess you could call it a couple slight changes, or one slight change. So maybe we can get that done today. I don't think we're going to get to the crushers today. No, too far. And then at some point, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I was thinking to add another waterfall in to the one corner of the map. So we'll see. We'll see what it feels like once I start building on that section. But I found a section of the map that I think needs another water feature. So we may add a second waterfall in. And if I do that, that's where the clay pit's going to go. Over near where the second waterfall would be. Right, so let's push this back. Now, if I do build the second waterfall, that's like an all-day project, because it's a lot of terrain editing. It's a lot of getting the cliff rocks positioned just right, getting the water features in. So we'll see what it feels like when we get to that corner. Alright, keep pushing this back. And we'll grab some color. Too far. But the mining, the clay pit, the crushers, I knew was going to be another long process to get them in. And then after that's done, after the crushers are done, the next longest thing to get in and time consuming thing to get in is fish bait, the fishing boat, all the fishing spots, and fish processing. So that's going to be another time consuming couple days after we're done with the mining. But then after that, this should start going a lot quicker, because by then we'll have most of the time consuming bits done. But I knew this mining was going to take a couple days to get in. Too far. It's hard to catch that edge just the right way. Neon, hello. Oh, hello, old man. How are you? I am. I had a rough morning, but I am doing much better now. Thank you for asking. It was one of those days where I fired the computer up. I started working on like importing a bunch of stuff in the map and just doing busy work until it was time to stream. I don't like streaming too early. So I go to open up Streamlabs to start to stream, and I was locked out of Twitch. So in the process of seeing why I was locked out of Twitch, I had a Windows update pop up, I had a driver update pop up, I had a security update pop up, I had CC Cleaner update pop up, and then by the time I got all that done, like 3 computer restarts, I was still locked out of my Twitch account. So it took me a half an hour to get my Twitch fixed, And then it took me another 20 minutes to get Streamlabs logged back in with Twitch. So my morning stream, I don't even think I came on till about 10 o'clock or 10:30. But we're working on our open mining pits. And trying to get this fence down to the end so we can get our decorations and our landscaping done for the mining so we can move on to the crushers. But the mining has taken longer than I expected to get done. So it was one of those mornings where I wasted about, well, I didn't really waste it. I guess it wasn't really wasted time. I spent about 2 hours just getting the computer straightened out and my account straightened back out and getting logged back into what I needed to get logged back into. So I don't know what Twitch did, but I heard it was everybody that tried to stream had the same problem. So I think Twitch logged everybody out of Streamlabs and logged all the streamers out of their accounts and reset it for some reason. I have no idea why. So I don't know if they had a security breach or what, but that would be my guess. Oh, well, yeah, it was just one of those mornings. It was one of those mornings where I almost turned the computer back off and said the heck with it, but I don't like wasting a day where I can get something accomplished. And getting the mining finished would definitely be getting something accomplished. But we'll get the rest of the decorations done. We'll get the rest of the landscaping done. We'll go in game to see what it looks like before I wall it off. So I'm going to wall it off. Once I wall it off, we're not going to be able to get a vehicle in and out. So we're going to wall it off and make you open it up to use. But as soon as I get down there to the end, this is half the battle. I'm going to have to cut more grass back. Yeah, we're going to have to erase a little bit more grass. We'll get to that in a minute. Working our way down. But unfortunately, the way I want this fence to build, I've got to put these sections in one at a time. And then hopefully we get it working today, we can actually see it build. I don't think I'm going to put a construction barrier all the way around. I'm not sure yet. I may have to, because you won't see this fence when you start the game. It'll actually have to build, so we may have to put another fence all the way around here as a construction barrier, but I can stretch them out, make them look bigger, so they're not going to be as tedious. All right, let me go to subtract for a minute. Let me get rid of some of this grass, and then we'll come back and finish this. Just to get this grass out of my way. Alright. So let's go back to replace. And then let's get this cut back so we're pretty square. We're getting there. I think, I really think the decorations and the foliage and the fencing and making it look pretty is taking twice as long as it did to build the entire mine. Haven't been able to watch you lately work. Work has been crazy busy. Well, sometimes that's a good thing. If you're like me and you worked, I was in retail management and operations management my entire life. I got paid salary, so unfortunately, crazy busy was the same paycheck as crazy slow. But I averaged 55 to 60 hours a week for 26 years. Alright, now I gotta be careful when I come up here to this edge. No, I can come straight up. Alright, so let's take this straight up and let's get the rest of these textures done. Then we're gonna have to bring this fence down, make it jog out, and then go back down. So let's get this taken care of. And out too far. Let's get this square straight down. Yeah, like that. And then we'll get our textures back on. And then we'll come down here. And we'll get the rest of this fence done. I got bonuses, so the checks will be nice, but some days you wonder if it's worth it. I had that thought every day of my life for 26 years. And on top of that, my commute on an I was in the car. It was 112 miles round trip a day, and that's if I did not visit any of my stores. If I visited my stores, there were days I was putting 150 to 200 miles on the car a day. But my average commute just to the warehouse and back was 112 miles round trip. So I didn't want to live in the city. I didn't want to live in Center City, Philly, so I lived in the suburbs. So the commute was ugly. So I wanted no part of the city. I had to drive in the city because a lot of my stores were in the city, but I wanted no part of living in the city. I avoided Philly as much as I could. Alright, now what do I want to do with this piece? Do we want to go out one more? Or do we want to cut it back a little bit? Let's make the corner and we'll cut it back a little bit. So let's swing you out to 90. Let's pull you back down. Yeah, but the owners of the company took care of us, so I can't complain. The commute sucked, but I really can't complain. Yeah, let's bring you back and square you up this way, like so, and then let's get a little bit more texture. Yeah, like that. Let's get this fence out and then make the corner again. One more section. And then, yeah, we'll go. So let's turn you this way. And get you lined back up. But anytime you can stop in and see the stream, it's definitely much appreciated. So I do appreciate everybody taking time out of their day to stopping in and saying hello. Oh, wrong one, this one. Alright, we should have a pretty much straight run out now. Back to the edge of the pit. But yeah, unfortunately we are going to have to put a construction barrier around here, but that should go a lot quicker because I don't have to be nice and neat with it, because the construction barrier will disappear when we go to open up the mine. So unfortunately we have another fence to put around. Now let's just keep going straight. I'm not going to mess with the land if I don't have to. Yesterday I drove 11-hour round trip to do a 3-hour job. Oh wow. Yeah, I lived in the when I stayed in my region, I averaged about 100 and, oh, this fence is going to be in. Is it right on the edge? It is right on the edge. All right, we should be all right. Yeah, when I stayed in region, I averaged about 112. Just to the office and back was 112. If I went to any of my stores, you know, it could have been like 140, 150. I had my one store was in Jersey, so that was about 180 round trip. And then a lot of times I got called out of region where I would spend a lot of time in North Jersey or New York, but they would always get us a rental car so we wouldn't have to drive our own cars. And there'd be a group of like 3 or 4 of us would go at the same time. So that wasn't too bad. So they paid us, we got a bonus for traveling, plus we got meals, a hotel, meal allowance, rental car. So it wasn't bad. I didn't mind traveling. And it was nice to see other, oh, our land is going to jog out a little bit further. All right, I may have to push this land in a little bit. So let me get a couple more sections in, and then we'll play around. We're going to play around with the land on this site a little bit as well. Land and textures. Before I go any further though, it's been a while. Let me do another save. I like saving them often because we got a famous squirrels around here that like to blow themselves up on the transformers. Usually about once a week we get a squirrel that blows a transformer. We lose power for about an hour till they get it fixed. we have suicide squirrels. All right, so let's come back down to here. All right, let's come back. Yeah, let's come back down to here. It's going to be hard to see with this texture, but let's go to 206, and that's my very top height. So let's bring you back, and then we'll have to come back and we'll have to paint the green grass back. But I'm going to like this better for the fence anyway. So it's not like sitting right on the edge of the open mine. And it cleans the edge up anyway. So let me push this to the end and we'll grab some grass color and we'll get our grass color fixed. Oh, stop. I hate when I click the thing to turn it off to move my camera and it doesn't turn off. Alright, so there we go, straight out to the end. I'll come back here. We'll see how far we can push our grass in without distorting the color on the inside. So let's go back to grass. See how far we can push this in. Nope. One click. That's all. That's as far as I can go in without it messing up my textures. So we'll have to hide the rest with foliage so it looks good. Alright, let's get this pushed back. And we don't have that much more fence to put in. And there's really not much more I'm going to do to the mining other than some trees and some more a little bit more foliage. I'm going to fix the grass. We had a grass and then weeds and stuff all the way around the mines. And then we'll go for a drive in game and see what it looks like before I put the construction barrier up. So once I put the construction barrier up, it's going to make it a little bit harder to get into the mines because we won't be able to drive in and out. I don't know how you do it. I would have quit 10 fences ago. Well, I could put them in whole groups to make it easier, but I can't because then it won't build properly. So if we get it working before the stream ends today, I will show you how it's going to build. And in order for it to build properly, I have to put these in one at a time. But clicked off of it. Alright, let's find my fence again. But unfortunately, it is time consuming, but it's definitely worth it. Because it's really cool watching it build. And it's fun to build. Especially once you see all the surprises I have in store. I spent a couple days working on new building materials, new pallets, new factories. Papa Smurf even built a new flatbed autoload truck just for this map. So we've got some nice surprises around the corner. Alright, so let's go here. Let me come out one more. And then let me get it lined up and it will turn it. So right about there. So let's bring you Let's go minus 45. That should give us a nice angle. Yeah, that'll do what I want. And then let's bring you down, and let's get you turned. Let's go back to 0. We can bring it straight back out now, because I'll put some foliage and stuff in here. And then yeah, let's come out one more. And then, yeah. So we'll come out to here. We'll line that up in a second. I want to bring this back this way to minus 90. And we'll get this corner lined back up. And that's going to take us in. Now I'm offset with this one. That's going to bother me. Alright, so let's bring you over here a minute. Let's get you lined up with this one. So we're straight back. So I'll take this one, duplicate that one more time, and then slide it out. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll line it up. So you're going to go there. You're going to be too long, but that's all right. We'll shorten you up a little bit. And then we'll line this one up, and it'll be fairly close. And then we'll bring, and I'll take my end element. Let me scroll back up here to the top for a minute. Alright, so I want, how did my water plane end up there? It's not even supposed to be in this transform group. Did I build everything in the wrong transform group? I did not. Do I have two? Hold on, I gotta check something. I might have screwed up. No, okay, hold on. I put this. Crap, this is gonna screw me over. This is in the wrong transform group. Let me write those coordinates down. And then I've got to move it into a different transform group. So I've got 156.335 minus 55.982 minus 860.795. This is going to completely move when I put it in the correct transform group. It doesn't belong there. I don't know how it got moved, honestly. It belongs up here. So edit, cut, opening mine, edit, paste. Yeah, and it moved it. Crap, I'm going to have to reposition it. I don't know where it went. So I can't have the water in that transform group. It has to be in this transform group. So let me get my water repositioned and we'll finish the fence. I don't know how this ended up in the wrong transform group. let's get this back to where it needs to go, which is just under the surface. So what was my height? My height is going to be off. Crap. I want this at, my height is 150, so I think I put this at 149.7. Yeah. Is that where I wanted it? No, it's still a little bit too low. So let's go 0.75. No, let's go 0.8. Yeah, okay. My water's back to where it belongs. I don't have the slightest idea how that ended up in the wrong transform group. It ended up in the wrong transform group. Alright, so we have our fence in. Now I gotta get my end element. So I need this guy. So I need this guy, but he's got to be at the very bottom. So I'm going to go Edit, Cut, Visibility, Edit, Paste, and it should put him at the bottom of the list, which it did. So let's cap off. I'm going to cheat make this fence a little bit longer because I want it like right closer to the edge of the entrance. So let me get it lined up first. And then we'll slide it out where I want it. And we'll make the fence a little bit longer. So you are going to go a little bit longer. Like so. Alright, so that gets our, so we have our office. We're going to get some parked cars put there. We have our opening to the mine. Let's work on, let's get our grass put in. And then we'll work on some weeds and some dead trees and stuff. So let's get our grass in first. And I don't have to be pretty on the outside of the fence. I just got to be a little bit more pretty on the mine side of things. Because we'll come back and we'll grass everything else in later. So the mine side is where I want to really be careful, where I put in grass. And then we'll get some weeds and some bushes and a couple of dead trees down in the mine. But here's where it really starts to look like a map, and here's where it really starts to look like things are getting done. So I'm going to grass all the way around, and now we're going to come back with some weeds. I want to get this in before we go back in game. This will finish up our mines. And then we got to fix our, I'll have to go in and fix the farmlands to get them nice and painted the way I want them. So when the mines are in the right farmland when we buy them. I should fill that little strip in as we go so we don't miss it later. Guess I can make this a little bit bigger, get this in a little bit quicker. So tomorrow, I know my sister has a bunch of errands to run, so I know she'll be on her own, so I'll be home with the Wi-Fi. Hopefully I'll be the only one on the Wi-Fi again tomorrow. So tomorrow, we will definitely not get to the crushers today. So tomorrow I'll import in what I need into the map in the morning so we can start working on the crushers. Because it's going to take us probably the rest of the stream to get this mine the way, exactly the way I want it, so I can call it completely done and off my to-do list. And then get it working so we can actually buy it, build it. So I'm hoping about another hour on the mines. Then we'll monkey around with, I want to get one or two slight changes to the animal dealer so I can call that done. And then we'll monkey around with getting the clay pit started. So I'll have to import in what I need for the clay pit to make it work. So I don't have it in the map yet. I'm essentially going to take the I'm going to take the old silt mine and we're going to turn it into a clay pit. So I built clay, I built all the textures and particle effects and all that into the map. So it's just a matter of getting it working. This is probably my second least favorite job, is painting grass. And we got to come around and put some weeds in here yet. And some trees. I don't mind this backside being uneven. Let's get as straight as I can with the grass. I just don't want to go over the edge and back into the mine. Alright, we're getting there. Get the rest of this grass and I'm going to do another quick save. It was one day I was working and I just was doing something and completely got lost track of time. I was probably like 45 minutes to an hour in without saving, and then we lost power. And then I couldn't remember what I'd done, what I didn't do. So I had to go back in and pretty much redo like 2 hours worth of work. I'm not going to worry about getting this close to the road yet. I just want to get this mine edge done up to the fence. And then we'll worry about getting it to the road another day. Because I still have to paint gravel underneath the roads on the entire map before I can bring the grass up to the edge of the road. So that's a project for another day. That's probably going to be one of those 3 a.m. I can't sleep nights, and I spend 4 hours underpainting all the roads. All right. So as long as the mine edge is done, I'll be happy. Road edge. That's a full day project. All right, almost to the road. So let's get this edge done. All right. Now let me do another quick save, and then we'll get our weeds in around the fence. And then we'll get our trees in. A couple bushes. Not too much. I want this to be mostly barren like the strip mine it is. Maybe we'll put a couple nice pine trees up along the top, but the ones down inside I want to be dead. Alright, this should go a little bit quicker because we don't have to be nice and neat. So let's go back to deco foliage. Crap, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was this one. Nope, wasn't that one. It was the one above it. Let's go back to, now I can go back to round. I only want, yeah, I want some weeds growing in the fence line. So unfortunately, it's going to be hard to see at certain angles, but I want weeds growing up through the fence. Like I said, it doesn't have to be straight, doesn't have to be perfect. They're uncut weeds. A little bit smaller. It's pretty much right along this edge. So if I pause every once in a while, so I'm looking over at chat. But everybody seems to be pretty quiet today. Even myself, I woke up tired today. I think I had one of those night sleeps where I was, in my mind, I was working on the map all night. So I woke up with like 5 or 6 new ideas. Yeah, this is a big piece of property. This whole mine is probably half the size or a quarter the size of one in-game map. Alright, so we'll round the corner, come back, and now we'll go up this way along the edge. And then are you coming? No, you're right where I want you to be. Alright. Oh, I did not want to do that. Alright, I grabbed my editor instead of the paintbrush. A bit wider. Alright, almost halfway around. Alright, work our way back. So I just want this to look like the grass hasn't been cut and the weeds are growing through the fence. So we'll see how it looks when we get back in game. It's really hard to tell in the editor size and scale. And I'm not worried about the rest of the grass between, you know, here and the railroad tracks and the edge of the map. That's a project for another day. My main concern is just getting the mining done. I have nights like that when I'm playing games and wake up very tired. Yeah, I swear I was working on this mining all night long in my sleep. So tomorrow is Friday, so that's new factory release day. And at this point, I can't even remember what I sent my Patreons last Friday. But I think it's 2 new factories that are going to come out tomorrow. For the Ville Hollow Islands. Nothing new yet for Homestead. With this last Homestead mod pack, I think Homestead's good for a while. It's about 3:30. We still have... Yeah, it's going to be a stretch getting this done today. Just the mining. So I still got to put we still have to get like the construction barrier and all the workings in to make it build. And we have all the XML work to do to make it build. So it's going to be a stretch if we can get the mining done today. But I want this more open. I don't want to put a lot of trees here. So this area probably will stay pretty open. and treeless. Put a few in, but I don't want a lot. Alright, let's get some weeds along here out to the road. And now we'll go a little bit smaller, and we'll get some along here. And I don't have grass on this side, so when I put grass on this side, we'll get the weeds on that side. So let's bring, no, that'll work. Let's do another quick save. Now I do want to check one thing. I'm hoping I didn't mess this up and I have my transform group in the right spot. So where are you? You are right there. That's perfect. So that'll work. All right, so let's go. So let's come down here. I'm not going to put a lot of these in. Let's go File, Import. I want to bring a dead tree in. So let's go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And I only want a few of these here and there. Oh, and you're floating. Are you floating, or did you hit the ground? No, you hit the ground. All right. So let's grab this guy. Get a couple back here by the pond. And I want to get a few along the wall. Fill in some of these gaps where these taller walls are to make it look something like that. couple here and there. More where these big flat walls are. One or two more in the corner. That's all I want to put in here on the bottom. We're going to get a couple more trees around the top. I think we'll put some living ones out there. Now I want to go to Bush 01. I want to get a couple bushes here and no, why do you not look right? Are you bush? Yeah, you are the bushes. Okay, I just want to get a couple bushes in along where these trees are. Not a lot, because I don't like these things, but just a few. Just for a little bit of green. Can't see around that tower. So you here and here. Let's get a couple down here. I'll grab one there. I'm not going to put any near the water. Let's throw some over here. And I'm going to call that done for the inside. Now I want to put a couple trees around the outside of the mine. So which tree do I want? I think I'm going to use, oh, I don't have one. I'm going to have to grab one from the map border. Crap. Let me go find my border trees. Trees. South border. I want one of these volume trees, so duplicate, and now I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste. Yeah. So we'll get some of these nice big tree, decorative trees up here. So we'll get one here on this corner. Where do I have? Do I have some bigger gaps in the fencing? Over along this back side. So let's get some of these bigger trees in here. And we'll fill this gap between the fence. So we'll get a few of these in. Okay, I don't want to put a lot in because I want this to feel more open. So let me go to now. Let me grab a spruce stage 4. Let me duplicate that. I got to come all the way up here. To the top of my transform group. So edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. So let's get you like there, yeah. So we'll get a few of these in where this, before I lose the gap in the fence. probably one more somewhere in here. Inside the fence, yeah. And we're going to lose our fencing coming around, but we'll put trees around the outside the fencing. That's a project for another day, but I do want to try something. Let me go and let me grab a birch stage 3. Let me copy this. Let me duplicate that. Let me see what one of these looks like. So we'll work outside the fence another day. I want more concern with everything inside the fence today. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. And then how do you, oh cool, you're a nice little tree. You're going to fit in that gap really well. So we'll get a few of you in. I believe it was the refinery and Mammoth Mill for the Patreons. I believe you are correct, but I've worked on, I've probably worked on 30 factories in the last 10 days, and I can't remember one day from another at this point. So let's get a few of these spread in here along this fence while I have a little bit of a gap to work with. And if they don't look good in game, they're going to come out completely. But we could put some more bushes and stuff up around through there. Alright, that's good. So I've got no room inside the fence along here. And I shouldn't have any room inside the fence along this edge. I don't. So we'll get trees along the outside the fence once we do this whole big open grassy area. So I think this is going to be all of the decorative pieces for the mine. Let me get a couple of parked cars here though. So let me go to my closed places a minute. Let's go to, where is it? Is it gameplay? No. Splines. Traffic system. Parked cars. Duplicate you. And blue has to face in. So that's the front of the car. So we'll get like, we'll just throw like 2 cars here. We don't want a lot. It's more of an office building than anything. Now, do I want a slide gate here going in and out of the mine? Let's do a save. Do I want to put an automatic gate here? No, I think I'm going to leave it open. I think the automatic gate with the mine truck is going to be a pain in the neck. So let's leave this open. My coffee cup is empty. That's never a good thing. That's right, I got a bottle of iced tea sitting here. They say that tea has just as much caffeine in it as coffee anyway. Alright, so that is saved. Let's go in game. Let's drive around this area, see how it feels, see how it looks. And then we're going to wall it in and make it work. And hopefully we can get that done before I get out of here today. And then tomorrow we will definitely work on the clay pit and the rock crushers. The rock crushers are going to be a major project. That's going to be a multi-day project. That's probably going to be a Friday, Saturday, all-day project. All right, let me Again, ignore the map. It's the islands map. Oh, let me come in here. I just want to lease a truck. Alright, so we're going to start off at the vehicle shop. The vehicle shop's about the only thing in... The vehicle shop and the animal dealer right now are about the only thing in there working. So let's head over to the open mining pit and see what it looks like and how it feels. And I can make these traffic splines invisible now because I'm not putting any more traffic in. We do have to move the hot air balloon. And very soon at some point we got to fix field 1 so it's not half in the grass and half in the water. But if anybody hasn't seen this before, here, let me stop in the bridge. But once we get the textures done and all the landscaping done in the valley, you're going to have some really cool views coming across these tall bridges, going from the center mountain to outer mountain across the valley. So now we're going to, again, I don't have the train crossing signals in yet either. So let's come back here. Oh, sure, it spawned into the same car. I hate when it does that. Alright, so how does this look with the weeds and a couple of dead trees? And again, this water feature is pretty shallow, so you can drive right across it. It's more for the effect of the water running off the mines back into the pond. More of a mud hole. So yeah, you can drive right through this. I brought the tanker through here without a problem. I bought the big mine trucks right through here without a problem. So there's no problems driving through this. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I gotta hide the gap in this building somehow. Let me get a little bit of speed. So I do have to come back. We have to work on this building a little bit. There's a gap in it that I can't get rid of. On this side and the back side for some reason. So I gotta work on that building a little bit. Or I'm going to get rid of it altogether and just put something else there. Which we'll probably do. And I will make this work the way I want it to work. So this is our open mine. This is where all of our boulders are going to spawn. Well, not spawn. We have to mine them out. Sassy one. Okay, Neon, you still with us? Let me know if you're still with us before I drive out of the mine. I'll show you. If you haven't seen the mine work yet, I'll grab a tanker. We'll spawn some boulders out. Since you said you haven't caught too many of the streams. But I think, other than the fixing that one building, I think I'm going to call this area done. Now we just got to make it work the way I want. Because once I put the barricade in, it's going to be hard for me to do any more testing down here. Do I like these weeds on the hill? Yeah, they look pretty good. Yeah, alright, I think I'm going to call this area done. Let's go fix that one building. And then we'll get the construction barrier and stuff around here, and we'll try and get the mine working where I want to open it. So we'll call this done for now. And the only thing I want to do is I want to toast this one building, and we'll have to do a little bit more. We'll have to fix the landscaping and the lighting. So let me come back up to the top. Let's close you a minute. You are where? You are why does this not look right? I think that messed up all my i3ds, or my i3D mapping. I think we're gonna have to go back in here. Oh no, okay, no, we're good. That's right where it's supposed to be. Alright, so there's my badger, there's my, yes, right. Alright, never mind, I'm fine. So this one I'm gonna delete. This one, let's go file, import. I want to import in the brick garage. We're going to switch this building out completely. So let me go edit, cut, main, edit, paste, and then I got to bring it up to there. So let's go move up, move up, move up, and then this one I can delete. Now the brick garage, let's get it in place and let's fix the so you're gonna go this way and come back, which actually works out pretty well. I don't even mind having some of the weeds and stuff around it. We are going to fix up some of the weeds. Alright, let's get the hold on, let me go to subtract, and let's get rid of the weeds along the front. Actually, that whole thing needs to be spun around. It's backwards, I think. Yeah, let's get it this way. Alright, let's get rid of the rest of these weeds and let's redo the foliage right in here. And you're going to have, take the foliage out from inside the building. Alright, I can live with that. Now let's go back to, am I still on, no, we're on bush 01. Let's go back to deco foliage. Let's go back to the one above, was it crimson? The one above crimson, I think. Let's get, that's fine. It's a different one, but I can live with it. Let's get some along here. Just get some weeds in there. And then let me come inside the building. Let's get rid of the weeds inside the building. Because that's a pet peeve of mine. So let's come in here. Let's push these back. So let's get rid of foliage inside the building. Alright. So that's going to fix, let me get off of that plane. Alright, so that's going to fix this area, nope, except for the lights. So now we just got to fix the lighting for this building, and then I'm going to call the mining done, and we're going to try and get the fence and the construction barrier in, and we're going to try and make it work the way I want it to work. So let's get you here, and then let's get you, you're on this side facing the gas tank, yeah. So let's get you over here. Something like that. Alright, so I'm going to call the mining done. So let's come back over to here. And let's start working on blocking it off and making it work. So there's one thing I'm going to import in, and I'm just going to steal pieces off of it. So let me close, let's close what I don't need open. I can close you, I can close you. I need global company open. We're going to create a transform group first. I'm going to go edit, cut, open mine, edit, paste. But I'm going to close, let me come back up to the top. We're going to close visibility. We're going to call this invisibility. I'm going to go File, Import. I'm going to import this wall just temporarily. And I'm going to stick it here because we're going to steal, I'm just going to steal parts from it, and I'm going to delete it back out. So the first thing I want is one of the fences. So I'm going to go Edit, Cut, Invisibility, Edit, Paste. And then I'm going to put it, oh, this is going to be our construction barrier. That is going to go around the perimeter of the mine just outside of the fence. So unfortunately we got to put another fence in. But I'm going to make it, I think, a little bit longer so we don't have to put as many in. So let's go to 2. And once I get past the house, I'm going to flip to this side where I can see it better. Actually, no, I need to block this house in. Hold on. Let me delete this one. You have to come this way, because you're not going to see this house. This house won't be here. Or the office won't be here, I should say. So you've got to start here. And then I can go this way. So I'm going to make you open the mines before you can use them. Crap, now I have to get the grass in here. Because I'm not going to see it. I won't be able to see it later. So let me do two things here really quick before we continue our fence. Let me go to gravel. So I want to get just gravel under the road. Just in this little section. Alright, and then I'm going to go back to grass. And then let me go to square. And let's get our grass in here. Because once I put the fence in, I'm not going to be able to see it. Let's get our grass into the road. Just in this little section here. Now we can get our construction barrier done. Yeah, I'm going to turn you back in. And now we're going to go to about here. Again, this doesn't have to be perfect because it's going to disappear as the mine is opening. So let's get it. So you have to go there. The one previous can go a little bit longer. About there. Now we can just work our way around. And this one doesn't have to be as neat because it's not staying in game. It's going to disappear. Yeah, these can overlap and everything else. House is really quiet today. Even the dog's been fairly quiet today. And again, unfortunately, the way these build and unbuild, they have to go in one at a time as well. So you're going to go to 90, 90, and then we can continue down and around. But I'm pleased with the mine. I know, this is just as much torture as putting the first one in. And we're going to have to paint in some more farmlands in order to make this work. So I'm going to have to figure out exactly how much land I'm going to give you with the mines. So that's something we have to look at when I get this fence all the way around and we get the triggers in. Yeah, this is definitely as much torture as it was the first time. But we're going to do this with every buildable, so this is just the beginning. Yeah, my hands are already killing me. But I like using these construction barriers. It sets the factory apart, so you know when you see this construction barrier, it has to be built. Well, in this case, not even built because the mines are already built. This is more to just open the mine and gain access to use it, just for a little bit of fun. One extra step to make you deliver something to open the mine. I should have doubled the size of this so it wasn't as big, or doubled the size to make it bigger, so I had to put less in. Okay, I think we're getting to the end of this side. So I see the sandstone mine. So if we're releasing the, where's Sassy's post? If we're releasing the refinery in Mammoth Mill tomorrow, that means I'll have to send 1 or 2 new factories to the Patreons tomorrow. So I'll have to go back to my list and see what's been tested and ready to be released. And I'm going to have to send, I think I have like 10 factories to test. I haven't even sent Dixie yet. So I'll do all that tomorrow morning before we come on and start streaming. So when I wake up tomorrow, I'll see what I want to send my Patreons. Alright, so 1, and then 1 to the end. Yeah, and it can stick over a little bit, it don't matter. So now let's make the corner. Bring this back. And we'll work our way down this side. So I can't give you any, I can't release to the Patreons or in general any of the factories that we're going to build, because I want to change the buildable factories to all the new fill types and new building materials. And that's not going to happen until this map is released. And I don't want to release this map. This map's going to take about a good 4 or 5 months to just finish building at the rate we're going. Take us 2 days just to get the mining done. But I guess it is 6 factories, so I can't complain too much and how long it's taken. This is time consuming. The fishing boat is just a pain in the butt. And I am not looking forward to putting the fishing boat in here. Alright, let's turn the corner, go down. And I think, yeah, it's been a couple minutes. Let's do a quick save. Yay, new factories. I haven't placed anything for the other maps in a while, still on Homestead. I'm actually still playing Homestead myself, but I want to start over. Because now that we have the all the placeables in Mod Pack 2, I want to completely change where I started on the map. I want to change my home. I pretty much want to like toast my save and start over. Because now that we have all the placeables, it's a lot more fun. if there's nothing on TV at night, I'll actually go in and play on the homestead map for a couple hours. And with all the placeables now, it's a lot easier to make some money. And I did find out that I was making all my money in the wood chips and silage and resin until I harvested my potato field for the first time. And then I turned them into steamed potatoes. Man, I made a killing on steamed potatoes. I made more money on one thing of steamed potatoes than I think I did on an entire batch of wood chip, silage, and resin. So after I figured that out, I sold field 8. I cut in a huge field over on my homestead near the waterfall where I'm set up. So I cut in a potato field about 3 times the size as field 8. So now when I sell my steamed potatoes, I'll probably make close to $1 million or $2 million a go. But there's some killer money in steamed potatoes on that map. But I definitely want to start over. I don't like being spread out all over the place. I want to sell fields 2 and 3. I want to get completely out of the top corner where field 8 is. I want to sell the wood chipper. Like I just want to be in one area on the map and put all my own placeables down. So I'm seriously considering starting over. Because if I go in and start over, and I sell off most of the starting fleet, and I sell off field 8, fields 2 and 3, and I go in and I buy one spot I could probably buy 2 spots, probably like $3 million where I can buy 2 spots on the map. And I can start over and I can start putting my own. I'm gonna go straight. I'm not even gonna mess with wood chips and resin and all that. I'm gonna go straight and put. I'm gonna take my bricks all in one. I'm not even gonna mess with forestry. I'm gonna just munch the trees down into wood chips, throw them into the heating plant so I can get some income per hour. Then I'm gonna cut in the biggest potato field I can cut in. Then I'm going to throw down my potato washer, potato steamer, and I'm just going to make a killing on steamed potatoes. And then once I get my steamed potatoes going, then I can start with my animal pens. And once I get my animals up and running, then I'm going to go back to buying a piece of land, cutting trees, doing some forestry to get the sawmill going. And then after the sawmill's going, I'll work on the other factories. But definitely considering that. I moved my original home to the potato part of the map. I'm in the grassy area by the water below the sawmill. Okay, I went there so I can watch the boats going around the outside. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty cool area too. I think that's where if you watch Mr. Species on YouTube, he pretty much did the same thing. He sold everything. He went in and stole everything off, and he's working that whole corner of the map, like the potato field, the pig barn, that those four sections right there on the top of the map. I don't want to go that far north. I don't, but I don't think I want to be inside where the waterfall is either, because I spend all day driving across those bridges. So I want to find an area where I don't have to keep crossing the river or going up and over the bridges. Not that it's too much of a pain, but I don't like driving. If I can get away with not driving, I'm going to get away with not driving. Yep. Yeah, I think so. I don't know where on the map I want to go, but I definitely want to go somewhere else. I thought I would like the spot by the waterfall, but I don't like the spot by the waterfall. I may actually go down to where the beach is and start down in that corner. Because if you buy that first area where the beach is, there's a lot of land there between the first farmhouse and the first water field. I could put a big potato field in there, start making some money, and then buy the first water field. Because cranberries pay pretty well too. So I haven't decided where. I definitely want to start over. I just haven't decided where I want to set up camp. But I'm not keeping any of the original farmlands. I'm not keeping any of the original equipment. I want a fresh start. Alright, we're almost around to the beginning. So this is the most time-consuming part of getting this to actually work. The XML part should go really quick. We just have to trigger some stuff to put in yet. Let's come out here. No, if I angle that back, yeah. It doesn't have to be perfect because, like I said, it's going to disappear anyway. So I just want to get down to here. Yeah, something like that. And now we can turn you back to -90, get you square, and then come back and finish this barrier. Out a little bit further. There we go. Now let's turn the corner. Let's come back up here. And then let's close up this opening so you cannot get in the mines. So you will not be allowed in the mines. Let's do a save. while that's saving, I want to go to Ritchie Valley, signs, textures. Let's open this up. Let's get a clean start. Alright, so I just want nice plain old black, and we're going to go probably like 36. Alright, so to open the mines, go to Central Station and pick up $500,000 liters of chips and, ooh, am I gonna fit one more line in there? Yeah. Pick up 500 liters of wood chips and, oh, I'm not gonna be able to put it there, and deliver them here. Alright, that'll work. And this sign will disappear once it's built. So let's go File, Save As, Sign, Open, Mine. Sign, Open, Mine. That'll work. So now we go here. And this is just my blank. So I'm going to go 0, 0, 0, 0, just to, and I'm going to save that just so it's all zeroed out. And we're going to go File, Export Selections. I'm going to export that right back into Signs. And we're going to call it Open, if I can spell, Mine. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to rename it Sign, Open, Mine. That I can close, that I can close. So now this should say everything I typed out on it. Perfect. Alright, so this should be saved now. So let's go File, Import, New Buildings, Sign Base. Got to go all the way up here. Just bear with me because I got to get these in the right transform group or this will not build properly. Let's go Edit, Cut, Invisibility, Edit, Paste, and then Edit. Alright, so let's spin you this way to 0. Get you here. Because I'm going to preload Central Station with 500,000 liters of wood chips. So all you're going to have to do is deliver them here to make this work. So let's go File, Import, Ritchie Valley, Signs, Open, Mine. And then the same thing. We got to come all the way up to the top. And we're going to go edit, cut, invisibility, edit, paste. I'm going to rename you though OpenMine. And we're going to go edit, bam, spin you to -90. Go down on my speed a little bit. All right, so let's bring you out. And over, I'm probably gonna make you a little bit bigger. Yeah, so let's stretch you out a little bit. Oh, maybe not. There we go. So to open up the mines, you got to go to Central Station, pick up 500,000 liters of wood chips and deliver them here. So just one extra step, give you something to do. Alright, so now let's come down here. And I want to grab the warning stripes. And again, this is going to be painful because they've got to be in a certain order. So let's go edit, cut, invisibility, edit, paste. And then I don't know where they went. Oh, they're over. Oh, they're over here. All right, so let's bring these over here. Let's get them above ground. And since we're going to be bringing a truck in, let's turn them. Oh, we're not bringing any pallets or anything in. We'll just turn it this way anyway. So let's go to -90. It's still a little bit low, so let's get it up above the ground a little bit. Alright, that'll work. So we can put you right there. We'll not need a pallet trigger, so we just need a regular trigger. Crap, do I want build 2 or do I want build 1? I don't even need the sign. All I need is the pallet, the trigger. I need, oh, yep, all I need is the trigger, and then I'm going to need a player trigger. So let's go, let me grab this one. So let's go back up to the top, edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. And again, you're going to be in the ground, so we're going to have to pull you up. And then we can spin you this way. Something like that. And then I just need a player trigger, which I didn't import one in, but I can go to, so let's come up here. Let's go to any of these, player trigger. Duplicate that. We go edit, cut, and paste. And right here, because we do need a player trigger. Crap, I'm going to need a camera. I got to pull a camera in as well, or this ain't going to work. But let's just stick the player trigger here. And then I'm going to need a camera, or this ain't going to work. So let me scroll back up to the top. Let's grab this camera. We duplicate it. And let's go edit, cut, and paste. And here. And this doesn't have to be perfect because it's not going to stay. But I have to have a camera in or this arrow just won't work. And And pretty much that's all I have to do. I just need a camera. Alright, and I think that's all I need. Let's close the copper mine. So this is going to be our this is actually essentially a factory by itself. Let me do a quick save. It's always hard to decide where to make home. Yeah, it is. Even on I don't play Ritchieville that often, and when I do play Ritchieville, now with all the new placeables coming out, it's gonna, again, you don't have to be spread out all over the map. So even on Ritchieville, with all the new placeables coming out, like the mill and the textile mill and this, and you know, the glue factory and everything, I'm seriously considering starting over on Ritchieville as well. All right, so let's minimize this a minute. We have our 110. Yeah, we have our 110. I want to open up the old map that we started. I want to go here to the 110 a minute. And I got to see something. I want to find one of my buildable bridges or mountain passes. Because I need to get the formatting correct. Oh, I think I took them out of here. I'm going to have to open up. No, here's a bridge. That'll work. I can reformat this. Let me copy this into R110, the new map. Let's go. Now it is going to be, how do I have it worded? It is worded open mine with a capital M. So we're going to go search, replace, open mine with a capital M. So we're going to open the mine. Our description is going to be open mine. Yeah, we can capitalize the O here as well. We are only going to input, so I don't need any, I only need one input. And we're going to input wood chips. We're going to input wood chips. It's going to open the mine, and that's going to be our project. I think that's all I need. I think that's all I need. Let me close that one. Let me go to, so let's come back to the new map, which is on this side. Let's go to Placeables, Global Company. I'm going to come in here to the old one. I'm going to go Placeables, Global Company. I want to grab, it doesn't matter which one. Let's grab Bridge 1. So we're going to copy it. I'm going to paste it in here. I'm going to close that mess. We're going to rename this Open Mine. You are no longer going to be Bridge 01. You're going to be Open Mine. Alright, and we're going to severely neuter this. There's no pallet trigger because we're not going to deliver any pallets. We're not going to deliver any bales. So we only need the exact fill route. We're going to deliver wood chips. Our fill type is going to be wood chips, but I want to deliver 500,000 liters. Now the rest of these we can delete because we only want to take wood chips. So that's the first part. Our input's done. Our project. So our visibility is 0 and our invisibility is 1. So invisibility is 1. Visibility is 0. I can delete these because we are only going to put in wood chips. And then we have our player trigger. We don't have a palette trigger, so that can get deleted. Now my camera is number 2. My player trigger, I've got to scroll all the way back down to the bottom. So my player trigger is 1 and 292. So you are 1 and 292. And my exact fill root node is 1 and 291. So you are 1, 291. Now I gotta check one thing. You are goods, your exact fill root 1, your exact fill root 1. That should be fine. No, let's not. Let's change this to exact fill root 1. So we're going to input our wood chips. It's going to build our project. Now, one thing I want to calculate. Hold on. I want calculator. So 12 hours times 60 minutes is 720. 500,000 divided by 720 is 694. So let's take this and let's go 690. And this should build in 12 hours. If my math is wrong, we'll adjust that. So now let's come up here. Let's come back up to the top. Let's close this. Let's get rid of this because I don't need it anymore. Let's come here. Let's get our user attributes in to make it work. Oh crap, I gotta do a farmland. Hold on, we can't make it work yet because we don't have a farmland painted. Alright, let's do that. Now we gotta fix our farmlands first. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get this running today because I'm gonna have to get out of here to help her with dinner soon. So I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get this finished today. Actually, I can mess around with the farmlands later. Let me just paint in a new farmland just to make this work. And then we can mess with the rest. I can clean the farmlands up tonight or tomorrow. So let's go to our farmlands. We're going to go here. Actually, I can make it part of the... I can do the same one as the coal mine. So our coal mine is number 2. Number 2 is bit 1. So let's bring, because you're starting off with the coal mine. So bit 1 is number 2. Bit 1 is number 2. That's what I want. So let's bring this over here so we own it, so we can make this work. And I'll paint in and I'll make all the farmlands pretty another day, but this will just get this to work. That's all I need to do. Now we can come in here and I can get all my user attributes in, and we can get our commands and we can make this work. So back to here. So the first one is a string. The second one is a script callback. So tomorrow morning, if I get up early and it's too early to stream, I'll come in here and I'll fix all the farmlands. Next one is another string. And then the last one is a float. And it's farmland 2 because it's the same as the mine. Open mine is going to be our index. I want to steal this command and put it here. And then I want to steal this command and put it here. But we have to rename it. Open mine. So now, technically, let's save this. Technically, this factory should be working, and we can do a really quick test before I have to get out of here for the night. Caught up on chat. All right. Grab a sip of tea while this is saving. I didn't get as far as I wanted today, but it's definitely a successful day because now the mining is completely done. As long as we don't get any errors when we go to build it. So now let's go in game real quick. I think we're good to go in game. Let's see if we get any errors. Because we'll own the land when we spawn in. So if anybody sells the coal mine when they start the game, they're not going to be able to open the mines because that's going to be connected to the coal mine. Alright, so first thing I want to do before we go any further is I want to just check the log for errors really quick. Did I close the log? I did not close the log. Alright, so do we have any errors with any of the mines? I just have to fix the one. I can take care of that tomorrow. All right, so far so good. We own the land, so I don't need any money. Let's lease a K100 and slide on tipper. So let's grab K100 and slide on tipper. This one. And then let's head over here. Let's hook these up. So let's pretend that we're driving across the street. I don't have Central Station working yet, but let's pretend that we're coming over here. We're coming over here. We're going to pick up 500,000 liters of wood chips. we can actually do this once I get Central Station built. So now we got to drive over to the mine. And I want to time it out to see if it takes 12 hours to completely build. So I know it's really nothing, but it's like one extra little fun step you have to do to open up the mines. Just to set the maps apart from everybody else's. And I am going to redo all the traffic. We're going to, not the splines, but we're going to change up the cars. So that's another project. That's a project for another day. So I found a couple other cars I want to drive around the map instead of what we're using. I can see all the questions on Facebook already. Yeah, I can see all the questions on Facebook already too. But the sign's pretty self-explanatory. Go to Central Station, pick up 500,000 liters of wood chips, and deliver them here. So I'm going to go back and just reread the sign to make sure it says exactly what I want it to say before we dump these in there. Okay, I see my construction barrier. That's a good sign. My house and everything else is gone. So and my chain link fence is gone. So that's half the battle right there. So let's come in here. I'm not going to go in the trigger yet. So let's look at our sign. Our sign says to open the mines, go to Central Station, pick up 500,000 liters of wood chips, and deliver them here. So we have our global company menu. So all we have to do now is dump in our wood chips. Let me get rid of this map because it's useless. So now we come in here. We drop off our wood chips. Now I'm going to stay in the truck, but I want to go this way. I want to zoom out. Okay, I know why that wire's in the air, because it's not connected to the building. All right, so this should be active. It is. Perfect. Let's jump back in the truck. Let's go up to 120 speed for now. So let's say we're starting at 8:30. So our chain link fence should build as the construction barrier is coming down. Now I'm just going to go to 2,000 speed for like an hour. Now we're going to bump it right back down. So we started at 8:30. I'm just going to go up to 2,000 speed. It should take us till about 8:30. No, it's going to take too long. We're going to have to figure out what I did wrong with my math. Yeah, we're definitely too long. I did the math backwards. I know what I did wrong. All right, hold on. Let's go back in. Well, at least I know what's going to work. So let's just make it build the rest of the way. Then we're going to go in and we're going to redo the math. Because I wanted to build in 12 game hours. So I definitely did my math backwards. I know what I did wrong. But let's just make sure it completely builds and there's no issues, no errors. And then we'll come back in and retest it. Actually, no, this is going to be torture. Let's redo the math. We'll come back in. It doesn't take long to retest this. So let's just quit. Most should understand. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a language barrier with a lot of players. All right, so I wanted to do, so we have to go 720 divided by 500,000. I think this is the way we have to go. Nope. All right, help me out. I'm no good with math. I want this to build, oh, minutes. Hang on. Are you minute or are you hour? Hold on. I might have done that wrong. It is per hour. So 12 hours. Oh, it's per hour, not per minute. I did it per minute. So 500,000 divided by 12. So we have to go to 40. Let's go to 41,000. Let's go to 42,000. So let's change you to 42,000. Now let's go back in here. This I can close. I don't need this open anymore. Let's go back in here. And then I'm going to have to get out of here for the night as soon as we get this tested. Let's come back in here. Back to save, new save game. Yeah, me and math don't get along well. English and I don't get along too well either. I rely on spell check and Google. Alright, so let's come back in here. So let's go back to the store. Let's grab our tipper again, because it doesn't take that long to drive over there. So let's grab our K100. And let's grab our slide on tipper. Let's get hooked back up. And at this time, I'm not going to pretend we're going over to Central Station. Let's just throw some wood chips in here. Wrong way. Wood chips. Alright, so let's pretend we went over to Central Station. We picked up 500,000 liters of wood chips. So I'm going to preload it. Or I'll give you a small forest area at first and make you cut the 500,000. Now, I'll start you off with 500,000 liters in Central Station. And if anybody sells them, then they're going to have to make their own 500,000 liters of wood chips again. So let's head back over here. I want to get rid of that stupid mini-map again. Because it's... Oop, I can't drive and turn the map off at the same time. I think I'm going to go in and just make a blank map at this point. So we have something other than looking at the islands map. But I appreciate everybody taking time out of their day, stopping in, saying hello. As soon as I get this tested, I am going to get out of here for the night. Tomorrow, the first thing I'm going to do tomorrow is we're going to fix the animal dealer. It should only take like 5 minutes, 10 minutes most. We do a little bit of landscaping. And then we're going to work on the clay pit. I'm going to get the clay pit in first. and then we'll work on getting the rock crushers in. So now this thing should build in about 12 game hours. So let's dump this in. I'm going to try and zoom back out, but stay in the truck. Alright, so it's about 8:15, so let's go up to 120 speed just for a couple minutes, and then we'll go up to 2000 speed. Yeah, this is probably building quicker now than I want. No, because we're at 100. This may build quicker than I wanted, but that's alright. The first thing you want to get open is the mine anyway. So our chain link fence is building as our construction barriers coming down, so that's working as planned. Yeah, because we're 10:15, so now we're at 2 hours. Now, I'm going to have to cut that in half because I think now, let me go down. So we're only like 2.5 hours and it's completely built and all of our construction barriers. My trigger's gone, my icon's gone, this thing's 100% open. That was only 2.5 hours. So let me divide that by 4. Let's divide that by 4 and try it one more time. So that only took 2.5 hours. So 8, yeah, so let's go, let's go, I closed my calculator. So we were at 40, so let's go to, we want to divide this in 4. 42,000. Again, math calculator. So we go 42,000. I want to let's go to like 10,000 and see what that does. So again, let's head back in here. I got about 10 or 15 minutes yet. Really closer to 10 minutes. So let's come back in here. I don't have anything closer to teleport to, that's the problem. So I can't even teleport over there. We're going to have to drive over there. But it's working exactly the way I want it to work. I just got to get the timing fixed. I want it to take about, anywhere between 8 to 12 hours to build, and I'll be happy. So let's try this one last time and I can monkey with the timing. I can monkey with the timing tonight. Slide on tipper. Papa's gonna have to come up with a whole new set of logos for the vehicle pack for this map. Let's grab our wood chips. And then let's head over one last time and I'm going to call it a night. So pretend we're going to Central Station, pretend we're picking up 500,000 liters of wood chips. Let's get our butts over to the mine. Because coal is one of the first resources. Coal and iron are the first two that you're going to have to get going. You can't even get the mill running without the iron. And you're going to need steel. Steel, drill pipe, all that happy stuff. I'm going to fix that wire that's just hanging in the air. I'm going to put another telephone pole over next to that where the house, that first, where the mining office spawns in. So it doesn't look, because it's not built, and I don't like the way that wire just hangs in the middle of the air. So I'll fix that probably tonight. And again, I think I'm gonna go in and make just a blank map, mini map, so we don't see the islands when we come in here. Now the problem is, when we start building the crushers and we want to test them, we're going to have to come over here. We're going to have to open the mines in order to test the crusher. So we're going to have to go through this when we test. Alright, so let me zoom out. Let's go back up to, so we're at 815. Let's go to 120 speed. Let's see how long it takes for everything to disappear. Alright, so that's 1 hour. Coming up on 2 hours. Alright, coming up on 3 hours. I'm going to go up, because I have to get, let's go up for an hour. So there's 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours. Okay, perfect. So we're right about 8 hours. I can live with that to get the mines open. So that is going to be like perfect. All right, I'm going to, let me get out of here. I'm going to throw you all an ending. I'm going to close the game. I'm going to close and save the editor. Looks great. Sassy One, thank you very much. I hope everybody has a good night. I am going to close the calculator. I'm going to close the editor. I am going to say good night all, and hopefully catch everybody tomorrow.